Everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome in, Lycan, Ben, Jax. Americans can't switch from pounds to kilograms overnight. That would cause mass confusion. It sure would. What's the best thing about elevator jokes? They work on so many levels. Hi, everybody. How are we all doing? Hope we're well. Hope we're doing good. And we're back with more God of War Ragnarok. We're back as Kratos after having a stream and a half of Atreus and finding out what he is and his fate and whatnot. Oh, you want this shirt, Ben? You want the Cash Banuka shirt? I think it's Pixel Empire. I think it's is the site. Oh, what the fuck? This is Crash, but under the influence of Kadikarus, the man, the myth, the legend himself. That's what he calls it. Like his whole gimmick. Well, not gimmick, but like his thing. I think as a kid he called Crash Bandicoot Cash Banuka, and he just kind of runs with it. And he is very funny. Very, very funny. And I saw this shirt and I was like, you know what? I don't have one. I don't really have a Crash Bandicoot t-shirt, so I was like, it's got to be done. I love watching his YouTube videos and stuff, so. Yeah, I just like the Crash design's great. Like if you just did this and then with Crash Bandicoot instead, like, maybe I should make a merch shop. I think I did. I've half set one up, but I've not really done one properly. I think it was in Stream Elements, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. I think it was. I haven't done any designs or anything, so I'd have to upload things, pictures and things and whatnot. If I ever did, you know, if I ever did the old merch store, you know? Merch, because who would want to buy my merch, right? No one. Wait, how do I do that then? I click merch and it's just like, nah. Connected to, yeah, I know. Okay, well, how do I add to it? Isn't there a way to do that? Also, banger of a song, by the way. Getting close to its last breath. Where the sun comes up. Right, here we go. Right. There we go. With the lights on the line. Hold on, give me a second. I'll hear those zeros on to life. Nice. Awesome. Okay, I can put stuff in there now. I mean, if anyone has design ideas, let me know. The first time since 2020, 2020? Yeah, that's a year. I decided to set up my PS4 Pro because I had a curiosity of checking out what when a fully unpatched Cyberpunk 2077 was like, which is something I've never experienced. So I want to show you a video of that experience. Okay. Please do, Jax. Please do. The only YouTuber merch I ever bought was from Rooster Teeth, more specifically our Achievement Hunter. They made a joke in one of their Halo Lasso runs that the brutes had front bag, and one of their gang jokingly said, "Make that a T-shirt." So they just made an all black shirt that just has the word front on the back of it. It's glorious. Yes. Things you love to see. Okay. Yeah, you can send it to me and I'll pause the music. That's no problem. Yeah, I'm if it's a video, I'm aware there's going to be sound. I'm aware. It's by far one of my favorite shirts. Hell yeah. Yeah, I honestly, because I bought like the premium quality one, and it's made a hell of a difference. But this did come from America, so it took a little while. It took like a couple of weeks, which wasn't too bad. But yeah, no, I love it. I love it because it's just like I say, the design was more than anything, but just like the whole fact that it's like, yeah, it's Cash Banuka. Cash Banuka. Or Cash Banuka 2 Gringotts Steakhouse. He was actually streaming last night doing, was it Crash Nitro Kart on the Game Boy Advance, doing 100% playthrough of that, which is pretty cool. All the platinum relics as well, which is an achievement in itself. Okay, so what's Jack sent me now? Okay, oh, it's on Discord. Okay, let me have a look. Oh, that is loud. That's very loud. That's very loud. One would think that you were in an airport. With that PS4 Pro just going. That's my PS4 Pro, yeah. That's your PS4 Pro exploding. That's that's what that is. Let's get into the game. So, yeah, last time out, we just finished up with Atreus. We're back as Kratos because Atreus went missing for a couple of days. And we fought a Valkyrie, which ended up being Freya, who doesn't like us still, and we got to break the chains that bind her down in Midgar. So, I'm sure this will be fine, right? Do I have to explore? There's nothing really down there. I'm a little anxious to get back to Elden Ring so I can play around with the news updates. They've released the patch for the Skadu Tree Blessings I told you about, but they've also officially released a weapons and gear balancing patch to slightly buff like 2 things and nerf a bunch of busted shit into the ground. Oh wow. While checking out and what Cyberpunk 2077 is like on a PS4 Pro, fully unpatched. Damn. So I'm guessing you didn't have it connected to the.
Something's wrong. My spell, I can feel it slipping.
Well, that's Thimble Winter for you.
You don't understand. I'll be torn from the realm.
What can be done?
Something I was hoping to avoid. Seems I don't have much choice. Falky! Come on, then.
You had a way around Odin's curse this whole time.
No. I discovered it once you unlocked realm travel. And it solves very little. This form is extremely limiting.
Yeah, but we got Freya as an owl now.
How's about a riddle to take your mind off?
I'm in
What
no...
runs with no legs?
Easier, nose. You'll have to try harder than that, Brock.
Just you wait, smart guy.
Just you wait, smart guy. Yeah, that makes sense if it wasn't connected to the internet.
Watch where you're going. The plants are extra... I told you. Prune it from a safe distance if you'd rather not get poisoned.
Do I want to listen to your advice, Freya, when you're going to try and kill me? Probably not. So you can take that advice and stick it where the sun don't shine.
I recognize this market. Villages would need trade.
How about no?
Why'd they never rebuild?
Yeah, so it was fully unpatched, no internet access to updates and stuff. Damn, I bet that was fun. How was that experience, Jokes? Oh, hello. Oh. Oh, I can get Brock to attack for me? That's kind of cool.
Where am I going? Over here? Over there? Woo! But don't that get the old juices flowing? Forgot how much I like scrapping dirty.
I beg your pardon.
You don't miss a scrap of loot, do you?
I do not, my friend. I do not. While I was playing, I was like, damn, I'm glad I had a PS5 before playing Cyberpunk.
Gone, I wonder.
They must have withdrawn, hidden
Yeah.
themselves out in the wilds, and covered their
That's the thing, when you play it on
tracks
PS5, it doesn't, you can't really go back.
How many are left, or how to reach them?
Aesir ran cockshot all over this place, huh?
You can thank Mimir for that.
War with the Vanir was never my idea. My idea was brokering the marriage to end it.
A great success that was. Obviously, the peace was no less a disaster than the marriage. Did he invade again as soon as I was exiled?
Probably. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes.
Market, huh? Looks like they
Oh.
sure left behind a lot of good.
But it's nice. It's nice today. Today's my last day for the weekend, so that was
That's
nice.
one way of looking at it.
A day off tomorrow, which is nice. I'll probably spend it playing like Dawn Trail 14 or something. So I know Carly's playing 14 again now, so I'm kind of jumping in and helping out where I can. Where I can. God, playing it now with Dawn Trail released and stuff like that. I just want to play the story again. I genuinely didn't think that it would be as like the server issues has been pretty much non-existent for me. Like I've had no troubles getting in. So.
Pretty sure there's loot you're missing. If and you want to hunt around some.
Rock, why have you got to say that now? I gotta go back and look. Damn it. Oh right, yeah. Hold on. Just hold on, we're going home. I'll hop in the shower, I'll be back. No, but no worries, Ben. Have a good shower. Have a good shower. Whee!
That up ahead.
What's a poem? Is it? Yeah, poem. Hey, 9 out of 14 Kavisa poems. Nice. I can at least say I finally understand a little bit about the problems that were on the PS4 version. Yeah, true. That's true. You can be like, yeah, like that makes sense. You know? That does make sense. Yeah, no, I think just having Dawn Trail released now is just scratching that 14-inch itch again, and I'm like, I really want to play it. But I'm like, no, there's Ratchet and Clank and Horizon to go through first. If I even want to, if I want to dare even think about.
Hey, Funkair! Come on!
Or even thinking about playing that. I mean, I could play it on the weekends, I suppose. As a little break.
Right side, watch out!
A bit like we're doing with Elden Ring.
Being here again's bringing back memories of that wedding of yours. Fancy folks and quality meats. Though I remember your brother stirring up an awful scene.
Why do you keep bringing him up? My brother is no concern of yours. Do you understand?
Oh, I understand.
He's like, I understand. I'm just telling you anyway because I want to. Oh, there's a chest down there I missed. Fuck. How do I even get to that? Oh, is that one of the ones where, like, I... But it's probably like a runic or something. It's probably, but then it could be a heavy. If it's a heavy runic attack for either my Blades of Chaos or the Leviathan Axe, then I would like that. It's behind there, isn't it? Ah, I didn't even see that fucking hole.
Brother, do you really think she'll let us off the hook if you help her?
I do not know. I choose to help. After that, we will see.
Oh, 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 oh. Wrath of the Frost. Oh, it's a light runic attack. You fucking bitch. I mean, it looks cool because it's the ice beam, but, you know. Can I get a heavy attack at least?
Dwarves in Vanaheim? That would be something to see.
Anyway. All right, we can progress now. Sorry, Freya. We can go now. The inspiration for it was from a stream I was watching where the person had a way to depatch the game to an earlier version to check out Cyberpunk at its most broken but fun mechanically on PC. Oh, okay, nice. I suppose you can roll back patches, can't you, on PC? It's probably a lot easier to do than on consoles. Running in the broken exploitable, yeah, of course. You know, like jumping NPCs and NPC, you know, moon jump, you know, low gravity or something crazy like that. Infinite speeding cars, you know. Something.
The plant life grows more dangerous the further we go. Hope you're up for it, dwarf.
Listen, I know how bad it is. Sindri and I were on the out so long it was like not having a brother at all. Now I take some of the fall for that on account of me walking out. But it never stopped me blaming him most. Any of this sound familiar so far?
And what is your point?
My point is, that weren't the end all of things after all. Once we got our heads right, it was like no time had passed. He went straight back to being as big a pain in my ass as he ever was. That's family. You gotta keep them close, or they make you good and crazy.
Why do you think I need to hear any of this right now? My focus is on regaining my freedom, and I have no intention of being distracted.
Look, all I'm saying is, if you happen to find yourself talking to him, maybe the worst words said between you don't have to be the last one said.
Enough. When the day comes to face Freya again, it will be when I am standing on my feet and free. Do you understand me? It will not be while I'm stuck in this preposterous situation.
Okay, so I need.
Not a case of pride, I get it. Hope yours clears up quicker than mine did.
A touching story, that was.
Bite me.
You wish.
Bite me. You wish. There were a lot of exploits in early Cyberpunk, and that have been fixed with later patches, and even more so with the big 2.0 update. Prefer.
What is this?
Not now, brother. We've got company.
One of them hairy-ass bastards!
Ice beam.
Show me what you got! You're gonna look dandy as a red splotch on this here hammer. Got another one joining the party. Look alive!
Behind you, incoming!
Fucking bitch.
I felt that one, brother.
I bet you did. Punch. Punch. Nap. Oh. Fuck, did he just pull out like one of his tusks? Hey, go on, Proc. Bonk. Nice. I'd have to check out a little bit the first Descendant since it's free. Oh yeah, I've read up about a little bit about that, and it's basically it's a free game, but they really throw microtransactions at you, like absurdly bad in terms of microtransactions.
Hold up! Even you want to keep your insides inside. Yeah! All yours, big guy. Your people not receiving visitors?
I wouldn't know. They're not my people anymore.
Well, I've heard the gameplay itself is good though. Well, it's like half decent. Like people have been comparing it to like Destiny and like Warframe.
Enough. Bet you're glad old Brock's around to save your skin. Uh-oh. Shit!
We should probably go get him.
Keep your guard up.
Yeah, we probably should, shouldn't we? Have you found it? The trailer looks interesting when they did it at the Summer Games Fest. Major side.
Quiet.
Now, what do we have here? Oh, One Eye, send another god to do his dirty work. Thor too busy.
We do not serve Odin.
No? Picked a dangerous place for sightseeing then.
That's Freya.
All right.
It's gonna be Freya, isn't it? Oh, hello.
No. No need for threats, brother.
Oh, I know that voice.
It is Freya. Maybe, yeah.
You know, I'd cut off your head, but it seems somebody beat me to it.
Aye. Oh, quite observant, brother.
Oh, no, you're no brother of mine.
Ooh.
You sold my sister to that prick.
We broke it a piece.
Oh, did you now?
Did you know?
Where is it? And where is my sister? some dungeon in Asgard?
She's actually here,
She's
dressed up as a
alive.
bird.
Answer me. I guess we'll settle for blood.
Stop!
What is that?
That's your sister.
Why do you speak in her voice?
It's me, Ingvi. There's no time to explain, just listen. These men are in my service. I'm here to reclaim what's been taken from me.
It's too late. You can't undo what's been done.
I can. I will. Now let them pass.
So, you serve my sister.
Kinda. He's like,
Don't we all?
Don't we all?
Put him down.
Bro, like, ow, 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 ow. Freya's camp.
What's with leaving me hanging like that, you crusty hag?
Oh, Cannon Blobber, come here.
Well, found who I was looking for.
Oh, she's.
I'm gonna
Oh, that's kind
stay
of
and
cute.
catch up.
Oh, are ya now?
As you wish.
Brother, you wouldn't mind? I'd have a word with Lord Freya.
Yeah, I probably should, but hang on. Upgrades.
Brock, what do you
Ooh.
think you're doing? Just setting up shop?
Soul Spoulders of Courage.
Don't mean I
I get a lot more vitality.
swallowing sandpipers.
We fixed it so you can
Defense and vitality are to defense and cooldown.
Go. This here's my family, and I mean much to you, but I mean, what is it?
It does too mean something to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made up with my clunkerhead brother.
5 million moonbeams. I didn't realize the whole place was back in business.
We're even
Hmm.
cohabitating like a proper family. So don't tell me.
Okay, well,
Oh, so my Gordon's are rated to level 5. Okay, interesting.
everything. Now, Brock, ain't you gonna introduce me to this tall glass of milk you got for a bodyguard?
Of course I'm gonna.
That sounds like Ellie from Borderlands 2.
Whatever pops into your head. Kratos, Lunda. We go back.
Oh, okay, so spiritual reps.
I guess it's
Cooldown restored 20%. Okay. Oh, that's quite cool, actually. Kratos' melee damage Kratos' melee damage increases based on his rage. Incoming damage that would be lethal is absorbed by available rage. Oh, okay. Runa breaks attack a buff. You know what? I'm kind of.
You won't get so much as a paper cut in that.
Yeah, see, now do I get... I think I get the spiritual belt here because I get extra cooldown, maybe? Or do I go vitality for that extra health? Luck chance increases the lower health.
It fits.
But, well, of course it does, mate. It's for you. I've also been a bit of Zenless Zone Zero. Oh, I've not heard of that, actually. I've not heard of that one before. Rage burst amount. The 36 strength, that would be 38. Oh, okay, so that's actually better. So if I craft that.
Damn, am I good or what?
Am I good or what? Special
Make up your
item.
mind.
Oh, Atreus.
This'll draw attention from your face at least. Actually,
I like
it's
that.
pretty good on
This will draw attention from your face at least. That's funny. That's funny.
About
Okay.
time I had something to do.
I need stonewood. I need stonewood. I don't have stonewood. Sucks. That's fine. Got new armor, so let's see how we go. We'll talk to Lord.
Sorry, we got off on the wrong foot there, stranger. We're pretty used to only seeing Aesir in these parts. Don't typically get friendly faces. That is a friendly face, right?
His name is Kratos, and no, the Aesir are in Vanaheim.
Yeah, we've been occupied since... I lost count.
What is your plan?
Still kind of working on it.
Brother, I think I could be of use here. If my counsel is welcome,
I'll take what I can get.
your mission will go considerably smoother without me in the mix. Come back for me when you're done.
Hey, Kratos. As long as you're working for my sister, careful you don't screw up. She's not too big on forgiveness.
A bit
Yeah, I
late
seen,
for
I
that
seen.
one, I'm afraid. All right, let's see what we've got here. Tell me about your army.
Oh, you're looking at it.
What is Zenless Zone Zero? Is it like a JRPG or something? Oh.
6, if you count the dog.
Oh, fuck me. Do you know their numbers?
Oh, numbers, movements, outposts. We have good intel.
Okay, so where am I gonna go? I just gotta leave this place.
I see. Well, let's have a look at the map then.
Oh, it's a Hoyoverse game. Ah, okay.
Now that the distractions are out of the way,
I have words if you would hear them.
speak then.
With anger you feel for your brother. I know it well.
You have a brother?
His name was Deimos.
Oh
When
shit.
we were boys, he was taken by two gods obsessed with prophecy. The gods of my homeland seldom left survivors, so by the time I learned he had lived, it was too late for amends. His anger poisoned him against me. But I never stopped loving my brother.
You think my anger is irrational? You've known Freya for mere moments, and already you're taking his side?
I am not taking his...
No. You're just sharing your thoughts on a subject you know nothing about.
Well, alright. Just the fact that he even spoke to you with Freya is like a fucking is something. But no, just throw it back in his face. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Fucking bitch. Little did she know. No. Yeah, I know who Hoyoverse are. Yeah, that's Genshin Impact. Yeah. It's another gacha game. Would agree. I played a little bit of Genshin. It was alright. Reminded me of Breath of the Wild, and I was like, please no. Not another open world game. Back in 5 minutes. Seemed fun. Yeah, I think I did like the first area. I did like the first like town area. I did all that. Went to the next area, and I got there and I was like, I was like, I've kind of had my fun with it, to be honest, at this point.
An ancient.
What? Whomst? Where? Oh. Oh, that thing.
Grab what is dropped and throw it.
Bonk. Oh, I remember fighting these before. Yeah. Ah, 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 ah. Kick it. Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn it. Oh, fuck off. Thanks. You dead.
It's a wonder I've had such difficulty killing you.
Oh, Chaos Flame. Hey, I got another Chaos. Oh, nice. Nice. I can upgrade the Blades of Chaos again. Oh. Oh, Jesus. It's no, it's not for every game is not for everybody, but like, say it was
Know
cool.
what you're doing. Trying to play on my sympathies in the hope I let you live.
I am only trying to help. The mistakes of the past need not be repeated.
I don't need to hear about your mistakes. I've made enough of my own, thanks.
I mean, I can understand why she thinks that, because she did nearly kill us. We did kill her son. So we're not exactly in her good books. So I can sense why she thinks that way. Was it fire? Oh. Ah. Did you tell me I could have burnt this? Okay, I think it's definitely places I've missed because of that bramble. Forgetting about it. God damn it. Guess I come back here later with. Oh, fuck, that's a big health boost. Hi. Hi there. Oh, shit. Atta boy. Swing a tree. Bonk. Batter up, boys. Batter up. Peace. Oh. We just killed like a bunch of your buddies. Come on. You're dead. Still kind of wondering how you get up, onto that. Well, we can't go there now anyway, so. Go this way.
Everyone is so eager to advise me, as if any of you know me or what I need. The biggest loss in my life is due to you saving me when I specifically told you not to. Well, it was my family, my mess. I know Baldur wasn't perfect, but he was mine.
I know.
You know? You think you can even begin to understand the pain of losing a child?
Yes, I do.
was another. Before Atreus?
Her name was Calliope.
Calliope. What happened?
It was long ago.
Never mind. I shouldn't have asked.
Oh shit. So it turns out Kratos had another child, but then I'm assuming he got killed, sacrificed by God knows what. No, I haven't played them. No. I'm guessing they don't. I'm guessing they. I'm guessing they don't talk about that in the original trilogy, or not as much. Well, I won't spoil. I do have the games. I do have God of War 1 and 2 on PS2, so I think I can get. You can get God of War 3 remastered. So. I don't know if I'll play the, Ascension or Ghost of Sparta or anything like that, so... Not sure what the, Hey, whoa, whoa. Alright, I've used the other axe. Ah, you little bitch. Up and punch. Oh shit. He dead. He dead. He very, very dead. Okay. How much XP have I got? 2,500. Okay. Well, I'm gonna hold fire because if I'm gonna get level 3 Blades of Chaos, then I won't. I'm gonna hold fire. I won't spoil the OG ones. Oh, that's all good. They're in the classic PSN catalog. Yeah, they talk about. Oh, they do talk about. They do talk about it. Ah, okay.
We'll have to go through the valley this way.
Yeah, I know. I've got a, because obviously I got a PS2,
I
so
know your son's story. You should know my daughter's. In the service of a cruel god, I was tricked into destroying a village,
God of War.
not knowing my own wife and child were there until death stained my hands. I swore revenge.
That's... I can't imagine.
I paid back their blood 1,000 times and burned Olympus to the ground. Yet, the guilt remained. Perhaps you will kill me, Freya, but it will bring you no peace.
Perhaps it is not peace I seek.
Ooh, yeah, maybe she just wants
All
revenge.
those times I found you, why'd you refuse to fight me?
Every outcome would mean defeat.
What does that mean?
I have never wished you harm, Freya. You helped us. You saved Atreus when he was sick. I did not wish to live with killing you, any more than I wished to die.
I see.
At least he's honest. But yeah, I do have the original God of War games on PS2. I got like physical copies of them, so I'll play them at some. I think once I've done this, I'll add it to the list of games to play
You hear that?
on the PlayStation 2 next time around.
Noken! And so close to the village! Their song makes their allies invulnerable. They will not let you pass unless you destroy them all.
That's good, isn't it? I love Noken. Because I've watched long plays of the God of War games. So I know from what I gather that when he was saying about, yeah, I was tricked by a god to burn down a village, which ended up being like his village. I remember seeing that little cutscene. I think that's in God of War 1, if I'm not mistaken. Where you go, where he, like, I think they're losing in the fight, and he's like, Ares, I lay down my life, grant me power, and my life is yours, or something like that. He like exclaims. I don't know the exact details, but it's something along those lines.
I feel
And yeah, and he ends up being basically cursed.
I used to play hide and seek with Freya in the crops. We'd spend afternoons stealing honey bread from the grand hall. At harvest time, we'd dance and feast until the sun rose. It's all so simple. Why did I come back? I'd be reminded of this.
That's fair. But yeah, from like the gameplay style is very more like much more like hack and slash,
The
sort
grand
of
hall. It's in ruins.
Devil May Cry sort of style.
Through over here!
May Freya never waver.
The other half is missing. May she protect us always. An old adage, if you will.
I heard TMNT The Last Ronin. TMNT The Last Ronin? Play like God of War? Is that the new Turtles game? Or you mean The Last Ronin? Or that The Last Ronin?
I hear them inside.
I've played
Ready to them out.
I've played a little bit of The Last... Is it The Last Ronin? Yeah, I think I've played a little bit of that. It's alright. Alright. I wasn't too... Oh, new turtle. Oh, it's a new turtle game. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't realize it was called The Last Ronin. My bad. Oh, no, the game I'm thinking of is Rise of the Ronin, isn't it? Or The Last of the Ronin. I can't remember. Ah, stop. Like this God of War or the classic God of Wars? Is it gonna play like? They say like in. Oh, bitch. Oh, stop shooting me, you little bitch. This God of War, I think. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Third person. Okay. That'll be an interesting. Turtles game. If it plays like this. Cannot lie. Bonk. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I dodged! Like, you can't even tell me otherwise.
Enough what Odin did to me. He's desecrated every memory I have of home.
Be glad you have a home to remember fondly. In Sparta, we were taken from our homes as children and raised in the Agogi. We marched or we drowned, fought for scraps or starved. Our elders beat us till we could not stand. At night, we made our way home, alone, or were food for wolves. That is how Spartans are made.
Tough old life, huh? Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's not. Yeah, when you put it when you put Freya's perspective into with Kratos, it's like, huh? Yeah, she's probably got it quite easy, to be fair. Yeah. Ooh, chest. Nice. Nice.
These plants behave similarly to the scorn poles we found in the foothills of Midgard ages ago.
What plans? Oh.
Well, considering how smart you've been made, it's no wonder you turned out as you did. Your fate was sealed from the start.
Fate can be overcome.
I used to think so. When the Norns told me of my son's fate, I thought I could change it. You know well how that worked out.
The Norns. The fates of these lands.
That's right. You defy prophecy at your own peril.
Ooh. Oh, ad break. Okay. Yep. It's a 3-minute ad break, so I will hang fire until it is done. But yeah, been a little bit of an adventure so far. I think we were learning more about Kratos and her, Freya's home. We've met Freya and Freyr. So, it'd be interesting to see how, I'm guessing we will, get the, get the curse broken, Freya. Craig on D's nuts. Hey, Logo. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. How you keeping? No worries at all. No worries at all. I'm just checking the bottom of my legs because I've had mosquito bites, so I'm just kind of keeping an eye on them a minute. Whilst the ads run. Looking for some games to be on PlayStation 2. Ooh, nice. Anything in particular looking for, or just general stuff? Oh, anything really? Nice. Probably the only OG monster now. Oh yeah, because that came out on PlayStation, didn't it? Yeah, probably a good show. Okay, ads are done. Because I'm a masochist bastard. Fair enough, fair enough. Alrighty, let's continue on. Now the ads are finished. Well, that was very silly of me. Very silly of me. Shattered Star Shield. Ooh. Oh, double tap L1 to shield punch and blow enemies backwards, increasing in power when fully charged. Oh, hold L1 to charge up your shield. Blocking an attack depletes some charge. Shield punch right before an attack hits you to absorb it and gain a burst of charge. Oh. God, it's so much better. Holy fuck. You're damn right I'm equipping it. Ooh, how is the game? It's going alright. It's going alright. We're kind of just plodding along. A minute.
Atreus would agree with you about prophecy. He rushes blindly to a fate the giants foretold. Disappears for 2 days, trying to prove he is their champion, fabled to fight in Ragnarok.
What? I know all the Ragnarok prophecies. There's no champion of the giants.
It is one glow concealed. Because of this champion, the realms are saved at Ragnarok. Only Asgard falls, and Odin with it.
So all this time, Odin's obsession with every detail of Ragnarok, he's been missing a crucial piece. Huh. Well done, boy.
Yeah, no, the game, it's going good. I said
Praise will
before,
not be a pawn of prophecy.
it's not clicked with me
Still
as
stand
much.
against fate, even with victory foretold.
I will not march my son to war. He is no Spartan. I would keep it that way.
You would speak to me of protecting your child? Is my tragedy not enough of a lesson? Fighting fate is a waste of the precious time we're given to spend with them. You never know when someone will come along and cut.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't really put my finger on it. I don't know why it's... I just feel like I'm not clicking with it as much as I should. I say the game is very pretty, you know, the combat's very similar to the 2018 game, which I enjoyed. But I don't know. I have to sit and think about it. Maybe maybe the story will get better now, and or the, either the story or as the more we play, I might be like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm more into it now a bit more, and it's cooking on gas, you know what I mean? But I don't know. And stop playing it and give your brain a break to think about it. All these little games that only play on must say
What about
easy.
the crane?
I mean, that is true.
Can you turn it somehow?
Very true. That is the solution, isn't it, really? That is the solution. Okay. Do that.
You can probably use those islands to get a better angle on the torch, no?
Probably. Freya. Probably. Oh, I know what I need to do. Okay, hold on. Yeah, the only solution. Exactly. It's the only solution I need. Wonk. And... Doink.
Use your blades to swing the torch to the other side.
If I swing it back. And then... Heyo. Hey, nice. Good stuff.
Let's cross the bridge now.
So I need to do... that. And then... ah.
How can you, of anyone alive, be squeamish about war? After all the gods have killed,
I have seen enough war to know the cost.
and I don't? After the price I paid for England? Look around you, Kratos. See what happens when you don't fight a truce.
Hold on, I'm grabbing a chest. Oh, I got a light tip. Hold on, hold on. You're grabbing a chest? Hold it, cowboy. Yeah, I should think of better words to use, shouldn't I? Really. Hold it there, cowboy. That sounds like a line from Devil May Cry. Is this going to be a horn or an apple? Probably a horn, my guess. Oh, it is. Good guess. Good guess. Go me. So we got one apple and one bloodmead horn.
Now back to the task at hand.
The kind of cheesy Garbo line sounds like it's from DMC, and I fucking love it. Exactly. You gotta have your cheesy lines, you know. You gotta be daily dosage of cheesy lines now and again. Am I right? I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light. Yes. That was from DMC 1. Oh, hello. Oh. You can have DMC boss fights. Ow. Whoa. Whoa. I'm so close to death, it is not even funny. Oh, fuck you. Bitch. Oh, you bitch, no. Well, there's Phantom, Griffin, Nightmare, Neo Angel, and the final boss, I guess? Look off, bird face. It's my fault, yeah. Didn't go exactly best prepared. Not best prepared, I just didn't have, like, any sort of... Oh, okay. Whoa. You're pointing it. Ow. Rolled too early. Bonk. Bitch. Fucking. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Yep. Yep. Choke on that bitch. Glaive of... Wait, the Glaive of... Yeah? Glaive of Dodder. Throw a Bifrost Chakram that swerves into enemies. Oh, that sounds really fucking cool. I think I will do that.
Ragnarok will not bring back what you have lost, any more than killing me.
I am reaching my limit for enlightened platitudes from you today. Can you please just shut up and kill things?
I'm stuck at Mundus in DMC 1 and the first... Mundus? In the first... And then the first Virgil battle in 3. Oh, okay. Mundus, isn't that near the end? I can't remember. It's been so long since I played Devil May Cry. Especially the first one. 3 was really good. I did enjoy 3.
Let's go.
I've been loot, Freya, please. I'm trying. Eesh. Damn it. Ooh. Right. That was too late. Do. Bone and metal. Okay. Let's get anger management complete. Ah.
That did it.
I can now swing across now. Whee! Doink. Oh, nice. What do I get here? Runic? Rune, a pelt, something. Oh. Helios Flare. A long-range firebolt that inflicts a moderate amount of burn damage. Ooh. You know what? I'll take that. upgrading the
Not tell me to kill again.
What?
I killed to protect my son, to aid my friends. But I will be no one's monster. Never again.
You don't get to make that choice. Not with the debt you owe me.
I am not here for debts. I would always have helped you.
So much has been taken from me, and I'm just supposed to let it all go?
Freya.
Enough.
Well, this isn't going to end well, is it? Ah, boy.
Let's go. It's just past those doors up ahead.
Alright. I get a point, but that's selfish.
I feel the source of the magic keeping me in Midgard.
What is this place?
My home.
Yeah, she's being selfish because she's using Kratos for her own need, for her own gains. Even though it could be to, you know, avenge, string him along, and then, because that's what it could be. Like, she's using him, string him along, make her free, and then just be like, "Oh, I'm going to kill you now. Bye.
Hold
Fuck
on.
off."
Something's not right. Opinbera. World tree roots found in Odin's damn knots. That's how he did it. Come on!
Whoa!
Nepo!
The creature! It belongs to Odin?
No! It protects Yggdrasil's roots wherever they are. Master
Oh, Nihog, that's what Ratatoska was talking about. Yeah, I know.
That's it! Don't relent!
Music though is nice.
I need to get to those roots!
I'm aware, Freya. I am aware.
Keep at it! Drag it out! Don't let it hide in the ground!
Okay, so now we find it for realsies. Nice. Nice, thank you for slowing down time for me, game. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. I'm stuck. I'm genuinely stuck. I can't.
It's still in the way! I need to get to those roots!
I know!
I'm gonna say, I fucking know, Freya. Just let me fight this fucking goddamn thing. Please? Seem a little bit of distress here. Tiny bit.
If I free the Vanaheim root, I can help you!
I can handle the creature. Focus on the roots.
I'm trying!
Well, try fucking a bit harder. Ow.
Your shield! Use it!
Well, using shields suck.
I have it!
In that case,
Hurry!
finally!
Oh, she's going to town on that thing, isn't she? Huh.
You are free!
Vanaheim, yes, but there are more roots. She will guard them with her life.
I got full health though. That's nice. Cinema. Hope we don't get too much spoilers. Hope you're well though, buddy.
It attacks through realm tear.
I was saying like I
My sigils can amplify your attack. Yes, bring it down.
why can I use my R1 ability? Oh, it's not ready. That's fine.
Interrupt it.
Oh,
Your axe. Aim for my sigils. Yes, it's working.
It is more desperate.
Yes, be ready for anything.
I just blocked that with my shield, but you know.
Shield strike and fail.
Oh, that was close. That was very fucking close.
Charging an attack.
I'm trying, I really am. I'm really trying. Okay.
It's weak. It won't last much longer.
Let us finish this.
It's opening its stomach again. Get ready. Evade. You can't block a blast that powerful. I've shot
Yeah.
a sigil into its stomach. You know what to do. That did it.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Kind of.
It's going back in.
We will not let it.
I have to break his hold on me, and you are in the way. Lasso.
Oh, well, there goes his head. Fucking hell. Jesus. Oh. Just popped in just to say I hope Jack's PlayStation doesn't take off out of space. Right. Okay, no one's buzzed by Norway Cinema. Appreciate it. And that was a bit of a interesting moment there, fight we had there. So I'm not too sure the first Ascendant yet. I've not played Destiny style games, so I'm just lost the structure of the game. Gotcha. Yeah, I've heard it's very like Destiny, but like it's got a lot of like microtransactions and things and people really don't like that. The fact that it's got a lot of microtransactions. It's almost like pay to win. We did it, I think. We did it. Oh. Oh shit. She's glowing.
Is it done?
It's over. It's really over.
And now that you have what you seek,
I suppose this is the point where I forgive you, where I kill you.
have you decided?
He's just like, yeah, I'm ready. Just if you want to throw down, we'll throw down.
To be honest, I don't think I can do either. There's still a part of me that is so angry. And it'll always be. It'll always be angry. But no. You are not the one who needs to die.
Ooh.
I do see that.
So does she? Well, I wonder if she knows that Kratos' prophecy that he dies. I wonder if she knows.
Look. Everything that's happened between us.
No need to explain. Not to me. Not for that.
Aww. Stab.
I do not regret saving your life, and never will. But the choice between life and death should have been yours to make. I should not have robbed you of that choice.
At least he told her that, you know? She said, look, you know, you're right. You were right. Needed to get that off his chest. The amulet is a unique item with expandable slots for enchantments. The amulet can be upgraded to unlock more slots. Fucking hell, what is this? It's just a constant tutorial. Jesus Christ. Now, when an enchantment is selected in the list, the description is displayed on the far right of the screen. Only empty. So, Midgard's Endurance. Upgrade the amulet at the shop to repair slots. Find enchantment sets to unlock bonus abilities. An enchantment of... Oh, so I need to get 3 of those. To a degree.
Now that I am myself again, I suppose it's time to face my brother.
And after that?
I don't know.
Oh, Frozen Flame.
Since I
Okay.
had a choice.
I can upgrade both weapons.
With that for a moment.
Okay, so we can upgrade both weapons. Can I upgrade those? I'll find out when I get to Sindri's or Brock's.
We can take this way back to the camp. I can help with the vines.
Aim and hex it with the sigil.
Now embed your blades into the glowing vines and light it.
Oh,
Brother seemed open to your return.
Oh, I'm sure he'd love nothing more than for everything to go back to how it was, leaving the responsibilities of leadership to me.
I'm playing. I'm not too sure the first Descendant yet. I've not played Destiny style games. I'm just lost with the structure of the game. I'm playing Destiny's first Descendant right now. It feels like a Destiny replacer. That's what a lot of people have been saying. A lot of people have been saying it's like a combination of Destiny and Warframe. If anyone's played Warframe before, it's like a mixture of those two, I think is what people have been saying. But I've not played Warframe, so I don't know what I think I've seen it. So, it's that at least. Sigil arrow spread. Shoot sigil arrows at burning or frosted enemies with swear to trigger explosions. Death for about. Whee!
Enemy behind you, Kratos!
Oh, nice. Caught me midair. Let's go. Wait little shit. Wait little shit. Ah, stop. Hitting me. What? Alright. Now you're gonna fucking die.
Send Odin my regards.
You use your anger effectively.
Well, you learn to use what you have.
I may give it a proper shot later, but I'm not sure. I haven't even downloaded it. I might download it and give it a go. To be honest.
It's not as though I want to.
Have you got it on PlayStation at the moment? Like, and then I'm guessing you have as well, Jax. Are you playing on PlayStation as well?
For half my life.
I might give it. I might. Is it that? Is it a big download? Or is it not? I don't even know. I like genuinely haven't even looked.
These plans plants are the same as those we saw earlier. Frost should make quick work of their prison. Now the sigil should hold the frost, even in the axe's absence. Well done.
Nice, that's cool. $23.6 gig. Ah, it's not too bad then. Not gonna take me forever then to download it then. I've not got decent internet, but still.
Watch out, those are wisps. Powerful manifestations of runic magic. They're impervious to physical attack. My arrows can disrupt their protection.
Okay, so you gotta use her to just disrupt it and then... It's Wisps from Sonic Colors.
Could I ever think of this place as home again? After all that's happened.
I know it's free. I think it's free on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC, isn't it? At the moment, the First Descendant. Wow. Whoa.
Wait. Skull and Hadi are in Vanaheim?
We learned the giants rescued them from Odin and brought them here.
And look. The sunlight wakes the sleeping roots. See how they stretch to welcome the sun? Beautiful, no? A far cry from the sheets of Midgard snow I've grown accustomed to.
Yeah. I mean, the one...
Migration. It's just as I remember it.
Wow. I mean, to be... I will... I said, like I said...
Fall into predators and occupiers.
Like I said, this game is very, very
Still
pretty.
Something to be fought for here. Something to defend even after so much damage has been done. Maybe that goes for Freya, too.
Very, very pretty, this game.
You won't be able to damage it without destroying the mother. It's a large bulbous thing. You can't miss it.
There we go. A lot of stone wood, which is good. And a lot of stone.
My sigils can break through their shields.
Die, fucking bitch.
Use a shield strike.
Don't need to. Pow, pow, pow.
They're defenseless now.
Down from above.
Enemies to your left.
The fuck? Thank you, Freya. But Freya, I love she's just watching. She's like, eh.
Enemies on the left!
How many of them do they fucking need? There we go. Welcome to God of War backseaters. I know, right? The game is just one massive backseat. If the game was a bot in this chat, it'd be banned by now. I don't know if you heard though, like in just now. Are you because I know you said you were playing the First Descendant. Are you playing it on console or are you playing it on PC? Do I go this way or do I go? Is there another route? Oh, so PlayStation. I know it's on both, isn't it? PlayStation and Xbox.
So much has happened since I last saw Freya. I'm not even sure where to begin.
What do you want from him?
An apology would be a start. I want to forgive him. I'd like to think he's changed. He's all I have left now. Did you ever apologize to Demos?
It is difficult to seek forgiveness when you feel unworthy.
Now, how to get across?
Use multiple sigils to chain elements towards hard-to-reach places. They grow in size and glow brighter when chained to each other.
My sigil arrow should be able to carry the fire across the river to reach the bramble.
Okay, so I need to use... Yes. Wait, can I get close to that? Or do I get close to that? Can I get close to that? That.
Forgiveness can be powerful, even for the unworthy. My wife Faye taught me that.
Well, be glad you have a spouse to remember fondly.
Yeah. Evening. Lovely day for us. Lovely day for a stroll, isn't it? Oh, poison cloud, let's go for it. God damn.
Enemies on the left!
It's fine, probably.
Shield strike!
Bonk.
It avoids every attack.
bitch.
Enemies on the left!
Hey, you climb.
All my former spouse taught me was that there's no limit to the depth to which a soul can sink into darkness. Tricked me into marriage to spare my home and took my home just the same. Scattered my people to the wind. Maybe it's time somebody drew the line. Maybe it's time someone makes Groa's prophecy come true.
I will not wish for war, Freya.
War is a terrible thing, Kratos. But some things are even worse. You know, if Atreus rushes to Ragnarok, you may not be able to stop him.
I will.
And if you fail?
I have prepared him to survive without me, if he must.
Ooh. It's gonna be one of those things where they probably end up fighting.
Watch for the plants. They like me, but strangers not so much.
I see that.
How do I... Nice. That is how you do it, folks. Okay, so I'm getting a lot of good materials for upgrades, so that's nice. Oh yeah, we're back. We're back here.
So what's next for you, if not preparing for war?
I do not know, but I will take no chances with Atreus.
Well, you may want to think fast, unless you want someone to make that choice for you.
Good point. Good point.
Ready?
As I ever will be.
No. It really is you. You returned to us at last.
Yes.
Let's celebrate. You reclaim the throne. We'll rebuild. Me and you against the world. Huh? Just like the old days.
I'm not staying.
I don't understand. You're here. Maybe together we can take back what's ours.
I only just got back what's mine. I still have work to do.
You've seen what's left of the realm, right? Do we really mean that little to you?
You question my loyalty?
Vanaheim turned its back on me.
Oh, you still can't let go of that old fight?
It was my duty to save as many of our people as possible. My responsibility. One you didn't take seriously then, and from the looks of it, one you don't now.
You think this is a game to me?
Yeah.
We lost everything to that maniac you called husband. The man's family set me on fire. How did you expect me to react?
Like my brother! Like the boy that used to have my back no matter what! And who I always supported no matter how selfish his choices. I expected you to come and find me. That no matter how hurt or angry, you wouldn't abandon me when I needed you the most.
Freya, please. I thought you were dead. I've had to live lifetimes with those last awful words I said to you. Have any idea what that's like? Knowing that your own selfishness hurt the person that you cared about the most. Abandon you. Oh, Freya. I mourned you. Oh, I've missed you so much.
Aww.
And are you, Ingvi? But I won't bind myself to another realm when I finally have my freedom. I'll send help, though. And I will come back. I promise.
This hasn't been your home for a long time, has it? Do what you gotta do.
All right, that's enough.
Rock's like, fucking
Ain't
Aaron.
got nothing better to do than gawking at family sorting squabbles. Come on, you two. Not you.
Oh,
Got
whoa.
a few
The
things
fuck?
to square with you. Second is that sigil magic I smell on your bow. Reckon that's an idea I'll steal. How's
Anyone
about
see that?
I set you up with some
Is that meant to happen?
Call it a trade.
Very well.
Third of all, if you ain't staying here, bears mentioning that Sindri and I find ourselves running a flop house for unemployed gods. If you're done freezing your backside off in Midgard, maybe come back with Beardo there. Check up on your old pal Tyr.
That's kind of you, Brock. I may do just that.
Sonic imbued. Freya's bow can now use both Sonic and
I'll
Sigil
meet y'all
arrows.
back
Oh,
at the
nice.
house. Lesson you want me to fix anything up first.
Well, brother, care to meet our new allies? Or shall we depart?
Park Freya's camp when ready.
Can you stop and help a lady out, please?
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time tinkering up and down the river delta. Once Odin's army came to town, I lit
That's
out
definitely Ellie from Borderlands 2. It's gotta be.
With its bottom ablaze. So frazzled, I accidentally left behind a few irreplaceables.
What? Irreplaceables?
Well, just one, really. An orb. I'd be mighty grateful if you would find it.
What is it?
And if you come across any of my old, beautifully rusted armor pieces, I'll use the scrap to whip up something specially suited just for you.
What is the orb?
Just bring it back here and you'll make me happy as a sunbeam.
The voice of her is the AT-AT girl.
Oh, and don't forget to
AT&T
keep an
girl.
eye out for my old armor.
Oh, okay.
I'll fix it up for you. Free of charge.
What sort of orb do you imagine we're looking for?
Linda's lost armor. Milvala Vaintrub. Okay. Yeah, just pause because there's adverts running, so I'm just doing this quickly. Milana, was it? Vaintrub. Have a look at our IMDb. What is she known for? Okay, yeah, she's the voice of Linda in God of War Ragnarok. She's in Die Hard. I think when did Borderlands 2 come out? Early 10s, is it? Something like that? No, it's not the same person. Okay. I thought it would. I thought it might have been, but it's not. That's cool. What do you think, Ghostbusters? Silicon Valley, This Is Us. Marvel Rising Secret Warriors. Cool. Alright. I thought it might have been the same person because it sounded a little bit like the same person. It's not. That's fine. It's all good. Right. I think the ads are about to finish, so I will wait until that's done, and then we will continue from where we left off. Welcome back, everybody. Let's go find this orb. I think we're going to do this and probably then...
I do not know.
Can I upgrade? Oh, yes. We can upgrade the Leviathan Axe. Yep. Level 4. Adds a concussive wave. The end of the axe are a light combo. Ooh, that's actually quite nice. Yeah, we'll take that. It's a chaos. Yeah.
You still owe me the story of who made these things.
Pommels of brutal might. Stun grabbing an enemy grants a gift of strength. Spinning chaos and evasive embers evade attacks do increased damage and burn to enemies. Ooh, vitality.
Let's make something then.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit, that's nice. Oh. Oh. Okay, so if I get those, we'll be fucking laughing. I need a Jewel of Yggdrasil. I can craft enchantments. Okay. Defense. Increased resistance to blind and daze.
And Lady Freya?
Sigil arrows deal increased status.
What are you looking for? Come back if you need more crap.
That's a good idea. Do that for now. Does it sound the same? Okay, I thought it was just me that thought that. Blades of Bayos. Bay. Well, at least they've got an upgrade on that now. Let's check skills first because we've unlocked some stuff. So we got Frost Awaken. What does it say? Hold auto trial while sprinting to activate it quickly. Oh, okay. Returning Storm. Okay, Whirlwind Throw. Pride of the Frost. Scorch. Strike an enemy during its attack with Scorch Sweep significantly increases the damage dealt. Oh, Sweep and Scorched Earth. Okay. While Immolation is full, press L1 and trying to activate enhances all Blades of Chaos melee attacks with burning explosions that build additional rage for a duration. Hyperion Grapple. Strike a grounded enemy with Hyperion Grapple that causes a fiery impact. Adds a powerful finisher to Chaotic Rampage. I think we'll do that. That's kind of cool. Okay. Okay. I mean, I think at this point, I'm pretty happy with weapons. Like in terms of like skills, I've unlocked a lot of skills now, so I'm pretty pleased with what I've got. So, might sell some stuff really quickly.
Let's do it.
Straps are really. All these.
Yeah, I'll take it. That'll polish up real nice. I'll toss it on the pile.
So if we're gonna use, we're gonna get that armor from the quest, so that's a cool fucking sword you got there, dude. Do I go out the same way I came in?
I remember where to look for a gateway. Follow me.
Well, you two seem to be getting on since completing your mission. Dare I hope this alliance has some staying power after all?
It seems to me we share a common enemy. Kratos, you may not accept that Ragnarok is inevitable, but you're smart enough to know Odin is a threat. Whatever comes next, our best chance of surviving it is to work together. Do you agree?
I do.
Then as to Brock's offer, you can imagine staying under the same roof as a couple former enemies? No further temptations towards terrible vengeance?
Not against you. Either of you. You have my word.
Freya's alliance unlocks new combat equipment and a unique skill tree. Her use of both sonic and sigil arrows open new options in combat and puzzles. Okay, so runic summon and swords. Okay. Oh, okay, so Vanir magic, archery, Valkyrie. And then... Oh, so I can give her... Melee attacks against enemies inflicted with Sonic deal greatly... Ooh, run a running sense on cooldown. Stone. Agony's Promised Tunic. A frock that reminds its wearer of better days and simpler times. Warrior's Battle Dress. Wow, that's quite cool. I like that. Actually, no. We'll go with that one. Cedar Exhale. Ungva. Wait, have I gone the right way then? Into Sindri's when ready. Oh no, I need to go back, don't I? If that's going to go back to the... Oh wait, no. It's in that direction, but then what's over there? Curious. Hey, buddy.
Hey. I'm glad it worked. Whatever you hope to do out there. I'm still not sure I totally get you, or what your deal is, but as long as you have her back, I'll have yours.
It's good enough for me. Good enough for me, buddy. Good enough for me. I think I gotta run all the way back through, haven't I? Because there's no Mystic Gateway anywhere. God damn it. Okay, maybe I can't go that way then? Okay. Well, that was pointless then. Well, I guess the orb is down by the Mystic Gateway, so that's not too bad at least. Okay. Okie doke. So that's... Yeah, because if I look on the map... Yeah, it's all the way up there, which I'm not really sure. Can I even get there any minute? Probably not. I have to wait until I get a power up of some sort.
What's that?
Oh, we
This
can
love
find out
is
what
different
these...
from others you might know. You'll need an enchantment on your chisel to use it.
Oh, the chisel. I remember the chisel.
Go ahead. Carve the letter.
Aye.
Suna.
It's an Suna.
Ooh.
The elves in Freya's camp mentioned a gate like this in Alfheim. Kept on about some sacred light elf sanctum out past the barrens.
A trip to Alfheim.
You know what? AT boy, you might be onto something there. Alfheim Desert. The nerd speaks of an orb she once returned. Back that for now. That take me to. Oh, it takes you on a boat. Oh, you can go out that way. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's kind of where we have to go, isn't it? Have to go back that way because the rest is sealed off. Makes sense. So this is how we get around now.
Well, we can decide at the gateway. This boat should get us there if we can clear those vines. Remember what to do?
Nice.
There's a fallen log in the river. It has something on it I don't recognize. Look here.
Okay. Off we go.
So it's true. Tyr's really alive?
Aye. Not exactly shipshape. He sleeps in a broom closet now. But he's adjusting.
How did you find him?
Largely, that's down to Atreus having figured out how to access the prophecies giants reserved for their own kind. We only learned of it ourselves after Thor and Odin came calling.
To your home? Is it still standing?
Barely. But all the violence was seemingly just a distraction to let Odin have a private word with Atreus.
Odin was alone with your son? Did he tell you what they spoke of?
Yes. He said that Odin invited him to Asgard to help him find his answers.
The answers he's rushing into fate in search of. That's troubling.
Troubling indeed. How am I gonna get down there then? I'm going freaking the other way. Because we started here and now I'm going, so I'm gonna oh unless you go around that way. You can go this way. Back through. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Well, if you're ready to talk to him, the Mystic Gateway is ahead. If not, I have some unfinished business up this river I could use your help with.
Or we can follow up on that elven sanctum out in Alfheim's desert.
If you want to continue exploring, we'll need to remove that log in the river.
Okay. Yeah, we will do that, Freya, don't worry. I appreciate the backseat.
What is this?
The crest of Skirnir. Never quite as smart as he thought.
What is this?
I don't know. But giants definitely crafted it. There's 2 wolves represented here. Perhaps a connection to our friends in the sky. A mystery for another time. Good. We can explore the river now.
Okay, so we got a Mystic Gateway there now.
We hope we'll write some more poems.
I kind of want to go this way. Little tree here. Thing. Increased strength permanently increased. Let's go.
What is your unfinished business?
I left something behind, near the falls.
Your wedding site. Now, why do you want to be going back there?
To be free of the bonds of my marriage. And to Asgard.
I think you severed that a long time ago.
Not completely. Not enough.
Guide us.
Freya's missing piece. Oh, we're getting a lot of side quests, aren't we? Jesus Christ. Ooh, regal Vanir garments. I mean, get a lot of stuff out of that. So. Region discovered. River Delta.
People settled this river many ages ago.
So much.
Thousands traveled it on pilgrimage to the shrine of worship. But then the Aesir came. This is all that's left. Astrid's garden. The wilds reclaimed it.
Literally can't see. Norton's garden. Okay, so we're gonna be here for a bit. Looks of it. Oh, I like how I've got I've given her Valkyrie form now. Freya. Nice. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Now we do be cooking.
You're on fire, Kratos. Double fire.
Punch. Hey Ethereum, how you doing, buddy? These things. How you keeping, buddy? You thirsty?
The creatures weren't always this ravenous. The ecosystem. It's out of balance.
This mentions a spell that puts trolls to sleep, and a magic relic that acts as a sort of counterspell.
All this desolation, a fitting fate.
Astrid. No.
Oh, hello.
You return.
Astrid, what happened to you? To your garden?
The Einherjar. My life's work rotted. My monument.
Not too bad, thanks. Just chilling right now before the chaos of tomorrow. Oh, isn't it your card tournament, TCG tomorrow, isn't it?
Apologize to me, old friend.
I swore to keep this garden in bloom until you return.
Is that right, or is that further down the line?
Amongst its putrescence, a just punishment.
I will return, Astrid. Kratos, we purge this garden of poison.
Fucking hell, I'm just getting favor after favor after fucking
The
favor.
earth is a reflection of those who tend it. So long as the land is plagued, her soul will be as well. We have to destroy the totems. They're poisoning Astrid's garden.
How does one do that?
When my garden blooms, so will my soul.
No? Alright, that is Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow's Mass Effect. I keep thinking it's Saturday tomorrow, but it's... Oh, I don't even need to do a puzzle. Oh, that's fucking...
Glad to see that still works.
Don't even need to do a puzzle for that anymore. Okay, fair enough.
An armor piece bearing Lunda's brand. Shame it's broken. Nice bit of work otherwise.
Then why leave it?
You suspicious of her, brother?
If the orb she seeks is important, she would not have left it behind.
Perhaps.
Okay, so how does one...
See that explosive? Setting it off could help.
Maybe you can hit it from a different angle.
Ah. Lightning?
Life returns to the garden. Good.
Ah, okay, so I need to knock that. Knock that across. Okay.
The family crest of Henir. Poor man.
Oh, rawhide, nice. Okay. Destroy those totems.
Can you see if there's a way inside while you're up there?
And it.
What's it say, brother?
Well, that destroys that. Chest. Yes. Bronze tier complete. Cryptic.
Hi.
Hi.
I await the day when my garden grows again.
Ooh.
This garden still aches. There must be more poison somewhere.
Now, how do I get into this one? guessing there's like a route. There'll be a way to get into that place. Maybe if I go back up here. Maybe there's a route around. Yeah, there must be a way to climb up, yeah. Or climb up from somewhere and then up around sort of thing. Oh, hang on. Maybe I can get it from here. Ah. There we go. Got it.
It's finished. Let's
Or-
return to Astrid.
Probably wasn't meant to do that, but okay. It's fine.
The land. It's alive again.
Yes, your garden grows again.
How did you?
It's okay, Astrid. It's time to move on.
Thank you, goddess. I do love you.
And I you.
Nice. Favors for the garden. Favors for the garden.
Great kindness.
A temporary one. The garden will die again.
All things do.
Jesus, that's a bit fucking... Strength and defense. Ooh. Yeah, it's Svartalfheim safety.
That is no reason not to try.
The works don't complain, exactly. You're not wrong there. Not wrong at all. Okay, so there must be another beach somewhere.
Freya, something your brother said. The Aesir burned him.
Yes. We weren't yet at war, but relations with the Vanir and Aesir had been hostile for ages. Freyr got it into his head that he could improve relations by sharing our magic with them.
And we'll just stop there for now.
Yeah, Mimir's like, I knew. Oh. That's what that is. Fuck me. Am I even ready for that? Well, I guess we'll find out around here.
Take it off, man. You've got this.
Full 5? Ooh, shit in hell, okay. Fucking hell. Thank you for it. They hit like absolute trucks though. No! Ah, you fucking bitch. Ah, how much health? Been a bit less careless, so I've fucking had that. Alright, dragon. Nice. Oh, nice.
Oh, I felt that one, brother.
You know, one hit was like a third of my health. The only problem is now, I can't really drop down there. There you go. Nice. Well done, Freya. There you go. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. Okay, so we got this. All right, second time's the charm. That was fine. Let's check what's over here first. I don't think I've really come across this area, so...
You know, I would have beaten you.
What?
Earlier, if Atreus hadn't been there.
Perhaps.
We could go again, find out for certain.
I would rather not.
Guys is like, I know. Can we not do that, please?
Don't let it heal.
I love that she's got a Valkyrie form. That's fucking so cool. Yeah, of course it would fucking explode. Oh, skill mods unlocked. Mod tokens amplify an aspect of skill. Select a skill with an open mod slot and press X to view. Great increases burn skill. Great increases immolation charge gain from skill. Oh, I gotta craft it? Which is a skill mod now? And then...
Well done.
And there's the bridge. No more of these.
Song. Be wary.
Stop that broken from singing.
Incoming.
I'm not wasting it on that. I am not wasting it on that. I should have taken out the Noken that was singing. I wasn't paying attention.
A Noken song. Stay alert.
Like that.
Right, you watch out.
It's unstable. Get back.
Cat. Slap. Slap. Change my picture. Smack my bitch up. Meow. Nice.
Another drawbridge. We'll need to lower it.
A lot of fucking...
Something hanging from that tree above us. Could be useful.
Oh, I see what game this is. I see what the game is trying to tell me to do. With that. Oh, Mara! How you doing, buddy? Nice to talk. Bam, 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 bam. That was stream, buddy. The raid. Were you playing Elden Ring? I think I was watching. Yeah. How was Elden Ring? How was Elden of the Ring? The stream's encountered the system error. What a raid message. Welcome, Mara L. Good to see you, Paul. Lovely to see you, Fox. Welcome in, welcome in. Gotta go fix the TV. Oh, no worries, Mara. No worries at all. You do what you gotta do. You do what you gotta do.
573
I love that.
rated my stream with 13 viewers.
Lovely stuff. Paul, well, oh, Mara. Gonna be lurking, no problem. I don't know where to go. Hi, Paul. Welcome in. Good to see you all. Appreciate the lurk. So I'm gonna eat and then figure it out. No problem at all. But for those coming in, with Mara's stream with the raid, welcome everybody. I'm Welsh Bandicoot. I am a variety streamer of some kind, and we are playing. Let me just check my emails. We are playing God of War Ragnarok for the first time ever. So we are. I don't know how far into the game we are at the moment, but we are currently in Vanaheim. We've recruited Freya into our party, so it's Freya and Kratos now together. And we are just doing some side stuff at the minute. We're just exploring the area that we're in. And yeah, just doing some favors, side missions, all that good stuff, and exploring and whatnot. But yeah, I typically play more the retro side of things, but we are going a bit through a more modern stretch the next couple of games. So we're going to be doing this, then we're going to be doing Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and then we'll be doing Horizon Forbidden West. So, and then after that, as I'm a pretty big Final Fantasy 14 player, we might do. I'm tempted to do the Dawn Trail story on stream, because the servers seem to be holding up okay. So, but yeah, I mean, let me just share a couple of people I've seen in chat that I know who do some streams and are part of stream teams. So I know Elle is streaming. Go check out Elle. They're great. She's great. There's a lot of Cuphead and whatnot. And I think you've played some Tomb Raider as well. I think I remember you watching playing. I think I've seen you play Tomb Raider. But yeah, go give them, go check them out. No worries at all. No worries at all. No worries at all. My last comment in Mara's was Happy Independence Day, Grandpa. It was Independence Day. It was not directed at Mary. I just thought it was funny. That made me chuckle, Paul. I'm not gonna lie. That did make me chuckle a little bit. But I hope everyone's well. I say, if anyone needs to disappear and raid and run, coming in with Mara's raid, then please do. I say, I don't want to hold. If you want to get some fresh air or just away from screen time, by all means. By all means. Yeah, if anyone can stick around for a little bit, I know this is still a fairly new game, so if anyone wants to hide for spoilers and whatnot, I totally get it. I totally get it. But yeah, if anyone wants to stick around or has played this game, then they're more than welcome to stick around. But yeah, so we're currently doing some side stuff.
There must be a way to transfer the fire from one side to the other.
Yeah, there must be. Have I got to spin it? Can I spin it? Some way? And the fire like drape down from like that. That'll be a way to, yeah, that'll be a way to do something. Oh, hold on, hold on. That would work, right? But then I need to get. Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough with the blades.
Sigil arrows won't work on this.
Can you shoot the ring? No. Thinking the right thing though? That's good. That real quick. What's this say?
Anything interesting, brother?
Probably not. Dead on arrival. That's an XP out of it.
Maybe we could use sigil arrows on the chandelier. Transfer the fire that way.
Maybe, but I got. Oh, maybe. Oh. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna burn it? Hold on. Ah, there we go.
Looks like that worked.
Voila. The thing with these puzzles like that, they take time. You got to really use all the things at disposal.
Well, that did it.
Ooh, what we get? What we get? What we get? Needs to be like a runic for a weapon that I don't have. Ooh, Grip of the Fallen Alchemist. Ooh, okay. I just bought that too. Fuck. High luck chance to grant a health burst on any successful hit with the Serpent Snare. It's 3 less strength, less I don't get any defense, but luck and vitality, and I go up to level 4. That's probably a good shout. Pardon me. Okay, cool. That was worth it. And it looks kind of nice too. Hello. Wait, hold on. What is Serpent Snare? What? Oh, hold R2. Oh. And holding up. It's a hold up. Not when I'm sprinting, Kratos.
Be careful!
Takes so long, dude. Like that. Ha! Cool. It's actually kind of cool, you know? Oh. Health. Right, let's head back on the boat and get the hell out of here. We've cleared all this bit now. Let's go back this way. We've got a couple of side quests to do. So we'll probably do that, and then we'll probably, because it's 10:15 already, my time, so we'll probably do that and then call it a night. I know I haven't got work tomorrow.
I think we make a good team. With my brains, Kratos' brawn, and my lady's,
Wisdom, magic, ability to tolerate you for long periods of time.
I was going to say brutality.
That works.
That works. Okay, so vitality's permanently increased by 2. Nice. Good stuff. We got extra health permanently. Very, very nice. Won't say no to that. Do with a beach. Could do with a beach. I mean, don't we all at this point? Oh, missed the gateway.
Ah, you found some of my armor. I'll fix it up for you real good. Sure appreciate you finding my orb, though. I am doing this for free and whatnot.
Sure, I'm open.
Grips of weight and recovery. Oh, I can upgrade that. Shattered Star Shield. 515 defense.
That'll put some hurt on them. And now for the goddess. Need something special?
Did I get a belt? Ooh. Level 5, yeah. Melee attacks against poisoned enemies do increase damage. I lose vitality, but I've got a lot of it already.
A good fit.
Ready when you are. What's the Witch of the Woods need? Now, don't let anyone tell you I can't handle delicate work.
Oh, 1,000 hack silver each.
Crests?
Ooh. Oh, I should just press triangle to sell everything, but it's fine.
Save me the trouble of getting it myself. You make up your mind. suppose I do with something else.
Okay. This.
Good
All
thing you learned the runes, brother.
living masterpiece.
Ah, that's it.
Ah. Oh, I killed it because of the flower. Ah. Neat. I did it by accident. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ooh, okay.
Find that orb yet?
And that orb, yeah. Oh, I can't tell the symbols in the background. Oh, okay. That's I think I got that one. When are we get over there? We were so close to becoming MVP. Or is that on Valorant or the First Descendant? Side ruins. In Valorant.
Incoming! Above you!
Another right there, to the left.
Pop, pow.
Incoming, above you.
Ah. Oh, throw you at the wall. Nice. Okay. We need things to spin. Well, it's a big old area, so we could be here a while.
What utter foolishness.
Oh, hello.
What is wrong?
I died.
I can see that.
Of course, Gunhild. But to what end?
When the Einherjar came, we needed a way to fight back. I suggested, say their might.
I understand your desperation, but that was foolish.
Clearly, I was lucky enough to be murdered before my mind could be corrupted, as theirs did. You must free them.
Of course.
Conscience for the dead.
See,
Start.
their magic corrupts so ruthlessly. Those poor souls must be in agony.
Then we shall give them death.
Now, how do we get up there, I wonder?
We can't.
My
Not with those
friends'
vines
souls
in the
are
way.
still twisted, aren't they? Give them the freedom of death.
Hey. Handbrake. Okay. Let's come up here, and then I'll pause it a second. I might just get up and stretch anyway, because it's been a couple of hours since I've actually got up and stretched and whatnot. Might do me some good. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Right. I'll be right back in a moment. Just, I'm going to stretch my legs and whatnot. So I will be back soon. Yeah. I had a hunch that was what you were saying, but I didn't want to say it.
Sorry.
no, I can't breathe. Oh god, I need to clip that too. Oh, now what do I? Oh god. No. I wanted him to just drop down, not roll. For fuck's sake. Wait for it. Ah, the joys of a fruit bazooka. The joys of a fruit bazooka. If there's anything that far that I can just nail, I can nail. It's like having a cheat code. Yeah, this is an Arabic level, and I've just died. Being too confident. Yeah, so my god. Well, I guess you could say that was a catastrophe. Fucking typical. We don't get any dubs. We get seconds, thirds. Alright, well, a promise is a promise. Ha. There's a pip in that. Can I shoot it? Oh, that's why it falls into the water. That makes so much sense with piranhas in the water. I'm a stupid. I'm a very stupid. Watch that first step. It's a doozy. We can't stop here, can we? Yeah, thank God it's out. Oh no, why did I laugh at that? Oh no. God fucking damn it, Andrew. Why are you so immature? At this point, it's just best to continue. Yeah, that's what I thought.
How's this? Dispatch!
Come on, wind! Knock him around and cut him down! With blade!
Our weapons are love!
Justice! Sexuality!
Would you stop?
That's fucking hilarious.
Fascinating. An impressive power, this. But if you think it's going to save you, you've another thing coming.
It's kind of weird, though. Oh.
You cannot stop me.
A reach. We're both ignorant, as oblivious as when we began. I'm afraid that any world you try to create
Any world of yours would be an empire of ignorance. That is why you and your creation are destined to fall. We've said enough. Rico, you know what to do.
Yeah, the 360 had HDMI, didn't it? I fucking hate you, Sonic. I really do. Sonic 606 is okay and all, but can we talk about how fun Fortnite no build mode is? I haven't tried that yet. I might try the PS5 version because there's a PS5 version.
Footsteps!
Nah, fam, you didn't hear anything. You didn't hear anything. Oh, you're going the wrong way. What are you doing? Oh, hang on. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not.
I'm seeing things. An explosion?
That was fucking amazing. Ah, see that's a much more consistent strat. That's a much more consistent strat. Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go. I know which side to go.
Yeah. Well, she. God. Fucking hell! How the Jax, clip it now. Clip it, ship it. Oh my God, will she? How?
Well, I know what you do I know what you do now, Yen, in after hours. Oh, does the clip not work? Fucking better.
Let me go and fetch the paintings. I'll be right back.
He's very talented.
Immagino.
Self-expression is vital to understanding and enjoying life. You should find an outlet.
I have plenty of outlets.
I meant besides vaginas.
Back to your house then.
Si. Ezio, help Leonardo, will you?
Oh, that was too funny. I'm back. Oh, pardon me. Give me a second. Hang on, give me a second. That's the that later. I was going to try and turn on my Galaxy lamp, but I don't have the app on my new phone. So remembered. Thought it was installed, but it's. It was like bright light, I think it was all that. Give me 2 seconds. Was last year I bought this year? No, I think it was last year ready for Christmas. I think. See, I was close. Bliss lights. And that's not the right one. Nothing's up. Sorry, I was just checking my phone. I just remembered I didn't have an app installed for my skylight. I got in my room. So I was just trying to fix that, but I've downloaded the wrong app, so I'll leave it for now. Oh, good. I can have it so it lit up the room a little bit better. So.
Looks like more of Lunda's old armor. Nearly have the complete set now.
That's good, at least.
Must be safer this way. We'll need to find another way around.
Okay, then. Oh, we can jump across here, maybe? Ow. Take that off. Shortcut. And technically, as long as it... Yeah, as long as one of them hits the... You bastard. It's in you can reach. Bruh. Close. Oh, so now you'll reach that.
Looks like that worked.
My bad. Okay, that's 2 letters down. Okay. Oh, okay. So we need to go back down now, don't we? Bonk. No.
Please. Please end their suffering.
Yeah. Don't worry. We're doing it.
So, what's it like being back?
Like I haven't come back at all. Everything's changed. I'm a stranger here.
I know the feeling.
Oh.
The runic word appeared over there. See it?
X.
Mecking.
Mechie. Whoa. That's kind of cool.
We should be able to reach the wedding space.
Oh, that was what was blocking the wedding site. Huh. Interesting. Okay then, so it's the last thingy-mabobby, the spin thing to get the letter. Maybe it's a pie? I think maybe it's got to be in this area, surely. Maybe it was up in a pie in this area here I didn't see. Hmm. Maybe not. Maybe not. Well, we got 2 out of the 3 letters anyway, but I know it's for like either an health, a chunk of health, or blood rage, extra rage. But it's not like I've got 2 out of 3 yet, so that's. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Am I gonna? Can't do it from that. I can't do it from that angle, surely. Do it from here. I think if I had it a bit more out. Maybe. Ah, maybe?
Nice work.
Hey. Nice. Go me. Look at me when using my brain. Oh, another apple. Nice. So one more of those and I get extra health. Which I'm going to need because I suck at this game. Quite badly. Okay, so... Say we need to find another way around. Okay, so I gotta go in that direction anyway. So booby. This way as well. Oh, that takes you back to what? Yeah, that takes you back to the garden. Oh, okay. Oh, can I launch? Maybe I can. Oh, maybe I can do it from there. It's fine. Go this way. Sorry. Oops.
The closer we get, the more tightness grows in my chest.
You're sure you want to continue?
Confronting the past comes with a price.
It must be done. I've lived with this pain far too long. If you can believe it. We were happy once. For a time, foolishly believed the peace would last. Perhaps that was my mistake. All I wanted was to protect my family.
There is no shame in that.
I failed all the same.
Was it this way? Where we can dock?
Scrawlings. Must be Sather nearby.
Uh-huh. Well, I found the orb, I think.
Lunda's orb.
Be cautious. We know not what it does.
You really think she'd send us to get the bloody thing if it was going to kill us? Let's just take it back to her.
Oh, another one of these. Oh, it's bells you got to strike by the looks of it. How the fuck am I going to reach that? Oh, that's how. Okay. Okay, so all the letters are there, but I need to try and figure out a way of...
Sigil arrows won't work on this.
Hmm. Maybe if I throw... Oh, maybe. Hold on. It explodes on impact, doesn't it? It come back almost instantly. Okay. See, I can't get to those two. Oh, wait. I'm being stupid here. Hang on. Final. And do that. Oh, it's just. And then.
That's it.
There you go. Use the bomb and the sigil. Yeah, that makes sense now. Oh, nice horn. So we're 2 out of 3 on that now. Yeah, I worked that out. Yeah, because of what her power, Freya's power is. Use that to advantage.
More Sather markings. Goonhild's companions can't be that far ahead. Look what they've done to this place.
Yeesh. Let's open this bad boy up first.
That's all Lunda's armor taken care of, as well as her odd little sphere. Should we return them to her?
Probably. At least we can return. Thing is, how am I going to get?
Sigil arrows won't work on this.
Ah, clever. Clever. Let's climb up. Now that we've taken care of those poison all things. I'm guessing the companions are around here somewhere. Kick that down. Very much. We've got a shortcut now.
Anything illuminating?
Over there. Those are the lost Sather spirits. Friends of Goonhild.
They don't look very friendly anymore, do they?
Let us put them to rest.
On your left!
shit, sorry, Freya. Didn't realize that would happen. Okay. More crafting components. Cool.
We should get moving.
Yeah, I know.
I think that's the last of them.
Damn it. I knew these souls. I would have thought them smarter than to meddle with Sather magic.
They were desperate.
Good riddance.
You blame yourself.
And
It will not lessen your pain.
let's return to Gunhild. Unless you'd like to condescend more.
I do not.
I do not. I don't like to condescend, but I'm condescending anyway. I do like. I do like Freya and Kratos' relationship now. And it makes sense, I think.
Just gorgeous. I wish things had gone differently. But these Saber are at rest now.
This is a short. This is at least this is a shortcut now.
Another nightmare to the left.
Above you, Kratos!
It's okay.
We'll have to find a way through this debris.
We get at it from a different angle. That's annoying. Literally right there. You gotta follow the red markers, haven't you? That makes sense.
Looks like that worked.
Bang bang. What do we get? What is our prize? Heavy runic attack. Let's go. Mists of Helheim. I'm going to upgrade my Spartan Rage, I think. 2. And then what else we got? Oh, we got a mod token. Good damage. That will do. Spartan's happiness. Exactly. I mean, I've been waiting for a heavy runic attack for God knows how long. I've been waiting for one for God knows how long. Oh yeah, we can talk to Gunn here now. Do that.
Is it done?
Gunhild.
Are they dead?
It is done.
It's done.
Their friends are at peace.
Good.
And I'm sorry. Had I been here, I would have prevented this.
Do you think us lost babes, incapable of making our own choices?
No, but
We made a mistake, but it was ours to make, not yours to prevent. Even if you had been here.
Yes, you're right. Goodbye, Gunhild.
Goodbye, my goddess.
I mean, she's not wrong.
Kratos, thank you for taking the time to help my people.
I helped no one. They were already dead.
Oh,
Arthelheim's honor. Ooh.
but you did. You put their spirits at ease, and that has eased my spirit as well. I feel lifted.
Enjoy it. It will not last.
You're right. There are most certainly other corrupted sisters out in the realm.
You always know how to end on a cheery note, brother.
Oh, my mia. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Let's head back. Let's head back to the boat. And we'll go and do the wedding thing for Freya. And then go back to the Brock and the other dwarf lady that we need to give the stuff to. And then hopefully that'll be it then. Well, that'll be it for stream then, at least. I don't know what time that will be, but it'll be then.
The family crest of Kvasir the Wise. More like Kvasir the Inebriated, in truth.
We got a 6 though. That ain't bad. I'm mad at that. Cool. Ding da doing da doing. Jump back in the boat.
Despite his actions in Midgard, Atreus does still care for you.
I know. I raised a son too. It may be hard to believe, but he was quite similar to Atreus at this age. He adored his father, always wanted to do right by him, and was constantly frustrated that no matter what he did, he never could seem to get his approval. He confided in me a lot, sought the comfort his father withheld. I wonder if you're...
Prepare for a fight.
Behind you! Incoming!
Oh yeah, I do heal a bit more, don't I? Oh, let's go.
Behind you! Incoming! Behind you!
Oh, that's pretty cool. How pretty cool. Can't lie.
Right side!
Fight me, you little bitch.
Incoming right side.
Roll, 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 roll.
Left side incoming.
That was close. That was very close indeed. Go. That was touch and go there for a sec. We got through.
Do you know why I left that night, Mimir?
Only a hunch.
He showed me who he really was. Odin asked me to cast a protection spell on him. The one I used on my son. But the way it drove our boy mad, I refused. He was furious, throwing every object he could find. He destroyed the room. There was only coldness after that. I tried to make it worse.
No one could have lived like that in my
Yeah, it was long overdue that he left. That she left. Well, that what happened, I guess. I looked at the wall, should have looked at the walls, but I didn't.
What's it say, brother?
Don't know why that happened. I do that sometimes. I hit the side, that volume bar on the side of my headset, and I just knock all volume off my headset, even though it's fine on OBS. I just do that sometimes. It really fucking bugs me. Whoa.
Allow me. Food now.
And that's a door.
I never thought I'd come back here.
Actually, we'll do this really quickly. Let's go back. Let's go in here.
Reavers, of course.
Near shrine.
Watch out! It's a soul eater. It doesn't belong here. We must get rid of it.
Soul Eater? What do you mean Soul Eater? Become my Soul Reaver, Razia.
Protect yourself.
Behind you, watch out!
Got a bit of. Oh. Alan! No! Did I pick up the bomb? I don't even know if I picked up the bomb. Come on. Come on. That was good timing. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I'll just drop you a follow real quick. Oh, welcome in. Welcome in, Fallon. Daiki? I guess? Is it how I think it's how you pronounce that? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
You raided my stream with 3 viewers.
Oh, pardon me. Daiki, I got it right first. Right, let's go. It's going good. It's going good. How was your stream? What were you playing? Fallout New Vegas. Oh, okay. How was Fallout New Vegas? How was that? How was it? Appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. But yeah, how was stream? Tell me all about it. Hope it was good. But yeah, for those who don't know me, I'm Watch Bandicoot. I'm a variety streamer of some sorts. Normally tend to go on the retro side of things. And we are currently playing God of War Ragnarok, as you can see. And yeah, we just fought a big stone golem thing. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Octo, welcome in. Coming in with a raid. Appreciate it. Love that emote, by the way. I love that Link emote. That is amazing. It was fun. We played some Fallout New Vegas. It was alright. We played an explosives guy. Oh, okay. I will say this. I'm not one. I know this is going to sound mental. I haven't played Fallout much. But the only one I've played was New Vegas. I got to... Oh, I can never remember the quest line I had to do. It was one of the main quests, and I had to, like, basically walk, like, half the map to find somebody. And I was like... I think I got halfway, and then got killed by some scorpions, and I was like, fuck this game. And I just put it down. I was like, nope. But no, apart from that, I've not played a... Fallout game. I played plenty of Elder Scrolls, which is the same, development people, Bethesda. Skyrim is actually probably one of my favorite games I've ever played, in terms of just how it impacted my life. It's definitely up there, for sure. I tried it as a one-off, but I think I'm going to stick to my story games. Right, okay, no worries. So you just kind of just mess around with it, but then you're not feeling it at the moment. That's fair. But sometimes it's nice just to try a game on stream, and then if you think actually it's not the one, then that's totally okay, I think. In my opinion. But yeah, I hope that's lots of words. But yeah, but I appreciate the raid. I am very soon going to be wrapping up, because I'm just wrapping up some quest lines, some little side quests that we're doing here. But feel free to stick around if you want to. But obviously, if you need to raid and run, or go to bed because it's getting late for UK streamers. It's nearly it's just gone 11 p.m. So, if that is where you are based, then I totally get you going to bed. Totally get it. Gotta go to bed now, but nice to meet you. Have a great rest of the stream. I appreciate it, Daiki. Thank you for coming with the raid. I really appreciate it. I just ended up blowing all the people. Nice. Listen, sometimes you just gotta have fun and just blow everything up. You gotta test the game's engine, right? See how test how
Anything interesting, brother?
test it all out, right? Hey, sun showers. What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? One is really heavy, the other just a little lighter. Yes. That is part and parcel of the stream. Is we have a dad joke command. on lockdown. Just really bad dad jokes. Left, right, and center. What did the Zen Buddhist say to the hot dog vendor? Make me one with everything. Oh, that's a new one. That's a new one. I can't lie. Oop. That's gonna be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Okay. Oh. There's also that too. That was me playing Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, I believe. And there's a scene where you got to mash triangle to basically stop yourself getting tortured. And Snake makes a really funny noise. Yeah, I mean, you get the drill at this point.
The door is shut.
Door is shut.
If memory serves, we'll need to light both of those torches to open it.
We need to light torches to open it.
No! How dare you! You're not me!
Symbolic.
Shit!
From a game I've not even played. How is everyone? But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. I need to. Sorry if I end up going really quiet for a moment because I just have to use my brain sometimes, and that is a dangerous thing, I know, but it do be a thing.
What's that?
Huh? Oh, I gotta break it from another angle, maybe? Oh, shit. Okay. And now I'm really confused. That's a chain I gotta kick down from that side, so I can't go up there. Can I go over here? No. Ah, okay. There we go. Still can catch a oh no! I'm sorry.
So much about that day I wish I could change.
But yeah, so for the so a little bit more about me. My favorite franchise, favorite gaming franchise is Crash Bandicoot. Always has, always will. I've even done some speed runs of some of the games. Just to see how, just on a casual level, just to see how well I can do. I did all right. I got under an hour for each of the first three games on PlayStation 1. I got sub 1 hour times. That's something. I think I'm like top 150 in the world on speedrun.com. It's my little humble brag. I have to say by myself. But yeah, I love playing Crash Bandicoot. Whether it's, you know, the original trilogy, if it's the remakes that they did, and everything, and pretty much everything in between. I even I liked some of the GBA, the Game Boy Advance games, the handheld games. Lots of fun. Oh, and I love, and yeah, sort of like the PS1 era, like platformers. So you got like Crash, Spyro, sort of era. Sort of era of gaming, if that makes sense. Ape Escape.
The crest of the Hewley family.
I think of other ones. Rayman.
Depart by the war.
That's probably another ones. And then it kind of, as I got older, then it evolved into like Skyrim, Mass Effect, Dragon Age, so on and so forth. And then here we are, playing here, then. Trying to play as many different things as I can. I think the main thing lately is, well, the main thing since I started streaming has been Final Fantasy 14.
We must remove these creatures first.
They've that's taken over my life since I've played it 2020, 2021, middle of 2020, I think I started playing it. Literally when COVID was a thing. So, yeah, and that's pretty much taken over my life. And obviously with Dawn Trail that's coming out, coming out. That's already out. Sorry, should I say? Matt, very much looking forward to that. But if you are, I'd love to know if you are players of Final Fantasy 14 or just any other games in general, really. I have been trying to go through the actual Final Fantasy titles. So I've played through 7, 8, 9, 10, 7 Remake, 7 Rebirth, Crisis Core Reunion, 16 and 14. I played 14 on stream. We played all of Endwalker on stream, which was a lot of fun. Can't lie, it was a lot of fun. Yes, lovely to catch you with the raid. Lovely to meet you. Oh, and now we have ads. Lovely stuff. Love to know how you found me.
Look at this.
Obviously after the ads, but I have a wicked sense of timing, don't I? Okay. Oh, Emmy! Oh, I love Emmy. Emmy's great. I thought I'd recognized your name from somewhere. Yeah, I love Emmy. Emmy's great. She's a lovely streamer, or just person in general. I think I was watching her earlier. Was she doing Life is Strange earlier? If I'm not mistaken. Did she finish it in the end? I can't remember if she finished it in the end or not. We also have another hello Emmy appreciator in Jax. Oh, okay, hold on. She's done before the storm. Oh, nice. She did finish it then. I think I was lurking for a little bit, but I know she started when I was during work time, so I wasn't too sure. So I was lurking for a little bit. I was lurking, but no, I'm glad. I know she said that they are good game. She recommended Life is Strange games to me, so I'll definitely have to check them out at some point. It's definitely not a game I don't think it's a game category or game style I've probably played a lot of, if any. In terms, the sort of like multi-path, every choice you make matters sort of thing. But yeah, I think there's and it's episodes. I think the closest one to that is probably Alan Wake, but that's a whole game. They weren't really episodes. It was just like chapter 1, just like chapter 3. So yeah, that's completely different again. The episode style, like very much like the Telltale games, isn't it? Like aren't they episodes? Like Tales of the Borderlands and whatnot. I think. Alright, the adverts are done now, so we'll just see what we've unlocked. That is correct. Ooh, Rampage of the Furies. A robust flurry attack that ends in a powerful cross slash. Oh, yeah. You're damn right I'm equipping that. Ooh, Right, so where were we? We were, if I'm not mistaken, Where'd she go? Oh. Oh, because her thing is here. That's why. She's not going to do anything. The circlet's there.
Whoa, 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 hold on. He's got to do it on his own.
Run, kid. Concentrate. Use your head. And what do you want me to do? Oh, right.
Belong to you.
A symbol of commitment.
All right, time to commit violence. Yeah,
A new one made every week.
and I haven't got a hug command, unfortunately.
He stopped when I refused to teach him the old magic. You know, my people used to send me gifts too, so I wouldn't forget home. But after the birth of my son,
What are you doing?
Get
Take your sword.
Sword! Right, rule number 50.
We do like our Hercules here. It's the ultimate gravity move. No one can escape this. So true. Not the hug. No. Ooh. Ooh. Exactly. Ooh. Oh, N?
I can't read that from here. Let's head back and I can take a better look.
Okay. Do that. There he goes. Oh yeah. I forgot that was a sound command.
What have you done to him?
Perhaps what you seek cannot be found in a circlet.
You might be right.
Yeah. They really nailed the voice acting in that game. They really did. So that was DMC Devil May Cry. And that was Dante's attempt at feeling what's the word? His shock at having his brother disappear in front of his eyes. If that's any consolation. And he tried. In all fairness to him, he tried. I can't fault him enough. Oh, I got excited. I got excited. I could have resurrected, but I chose not to. Thing is, Virgil in English is voiced by former Power Rangers. Is he really? What, in that game? Yeah. Go Power Rangers. I was looking forward to that game coming out. I'm Morphin Power Rangers. Oh, go on, go on. Off, Kratos, pop off. This immolation thing I like. Stuff.
The word isn't complete. It's missing a piece.
Okay, well, what the fuck do we do now then? So what do we do now? I guess we're gonna go run the other side. Right?
Kratos, I see something.
What? Where? Oh. Oh. Hold on. In all the games he's been in, he's voiced by 2 former Power Rangers. Ah.
Its flames are short-lived.
Okay. Flames are short-lived. Okay, so then how do we... How do we make sure they light? I mean, stop hitting the... You gotta hit the sigil, Kratos. Come on, dude. Oh, don't start. Devil May Cry 3 and 5, he's voiced by Daniel Southworth, who was Power Rangers in Power Rangers Time Force. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Hold up.
That's it.
That worked. Okay, we've opened the path for the second one. Okay. I thought she meant... I'm not gonna lie, I thought Freya meant something else when she said about whole, like, you know, oh, there's torches you need to light, and I'm like, okay.
Left side, brother.
Ow. Oh, how do I... Hold on.
Behind you! Look out!
How do we get to that? Hold on, Freya. Hang fire.
Protect yourself!
Take it off, man. You've got this.
That will shut it up!
Okay, nice. Die. Nice. Stuff.
There. I see the chalice.
I see the chalice. The blessing of two. Oh right, yeah. I need to probably should talk to Freya when she has the chalice in her hand.
From the ceremony.
A symbol of reconciliation.
Ooh.
We drank from the lover's chalice until we could hardly stand.
I mean,
I confided in him that night about wanting an apology from Freyr. Odin reassured me that he'd be the only family I'd need. And I believed him.
that was mistake number one, wasn't it? What's happening? Oh. Oh, she did that. I'll carve the other word. Voila. Voila.
The word is complete, but I still can't read it from here. Let's head back down.
When DMC reboot, Virgil's voiced by David de la Tour, who was in Power Rangers Jungle Fury. Oh. I see. That's cool now.
Better now.
The pain only grows. Will I never be free of it? What more do I need to do?
Maybe it will never go away. Just like Kratos.
It's a denouncement from my people, placed during my wedding.
Traitor. Maybe, what, they branded her as a traitor? Wow, that's fucking shitty.
The runic word appeared over there. Phew.
You.
After all the battles I've fought, why does the other side of this door scare me most?
The most difficult battles are fought within, but this battle, you will not fight alone.
Very true.
Are you ready?
Here we go.
My final tie to Asgard. We drove that sword into the pillar together. The sword was forged for the ceremony. The symbol of our union.
She's going to have that sword in battle. Be one of the rewards.
Molna.
The stone refuses to let go.
Molna! The deepest wounds form the strongest bonds. Bastard said it as part of our vows. I hate it when he's right. Asgard holds a part of me I can't sever. My bond to my son. To the Valkyries. That damn realm isn't just Odin's. It belongs to me, too.
It's a nice sword, by the way. Nice looking sword.
The pain he caused is his. I refuse to keep holding on to it. This sword no longer holds our legacy. But it will serve as mine.
A much more fitting use for it.
She's got 2 swords now. I like that. It's like it's almost like a loyalty mission, sort of. You know. New sword choice unlocked. Customized Freya's loadout. The weapons menu model. Freya's swords. Melee strike attacks will speed and inflict Bifrost on enemies. Oh yeah. I want Bifrost. Goddamn fucking straight. Steel Harmony. Ooh. Regal Vanir garments.
Learn anything?
Ceremony. And there we go.
I suppose it's on to the next battle now.
Yes. You won an important one today.
Oh, yep, that was... Oh, bitch. That was good timing on that chakram throw. Oh, immolation, let's go. Punch. Fuck. Rip his jaw off. Why not? It's like how Sephiroth, in all of his major appearances, he's voiced by 2 actors that have played Superman. Really?
I owe you my life, such as it is, and I caused you so much pain, put you in a terrible situation. For that, Freya, I'm truly sorry.
I wanted to end that for you too.
I know. I swear to do better by you nonetheless. Anything you ask, consider it done. I'm forever in your debt.
I appreciate that.
Aww.
Even if you can't help being an obnoxious know-it-all.
I'm afraid I'll never know how to stop doing that, Your Majesty.
I'm in here. Ooh, we've got one more left to light. It's up there.
Look, over there. Sigil arrows won't work on this.
Stack sigil arrows on one spot to increase hex potency and reach of elemental effect. Oh, I didn't even know that you can do that. Fuck's sake.
Sigil arrows won't work on this.
Easy, miss. Purple this, the purple rays. They are indeed. Oh, you... I didn't realize you could do 2 stacks of 3. That's fair. Oh, in this case... Really? Hold on. Elements can be propagated and amplified when reacting to the sigil arrow. Oh, is it going to be a certain arrow? Now I'm confused. Go back to... Nero is also voiced by a former Power Ranger? Is he really? Wow. Got a hell of a theme going on here, isn't it, with Power Ranger voices.
Sigil arrows won't work on this. Look, over there.
I can see it, but like... It says to amplify... You shoot it twice to amplify the... range and the distance and range of it. Like, no, the distance. Like, surely that's linked, right? No? Okay, hold on. That wasn't close enough. Okay. What am I doing wrong here then? And if anyone knows, they can tell me. It's fine. Nero's voice actor was part of the original series of Power Rangers, but he was the Black Ranger during season 2 and 3. Oh wow! Damn, what an array! Hell of an array of cast then. If not, I'll just Google it. At this rate, I'm gonna have to Google it because we them and we bod. Maybe I gotta do this way.
Kratos, I see something.
That took way fucking longer than it needed to. Jesus Christ. Oh, hey, extra health. I will take that all day long. Okay, that was worth it. We got there, folks. We got there. It's all good. All good. Right, let's head back to... Or not. Or not. Two Drekkies. Lovely stuff. Boss fights galore, huh? He is like scorched on fire, this Drekkie. Holy shit. Parry that bitch. Oh, through the mouth. Let's go. Nice. Yeah.
So much for that boat.
Oh yeah, we haven't got a boat now. Are we? Haven't we?
You know, an arrogant man once told me you can't change the past, only how it shapes you. I think he might be right. It's been a while since I've had a confidant. Would the god of few words lend me his ear now and again?
As long as I am needed.
Aww. Freya's missing piece completed. Look, a rainbow. Aww.
Freya, how did your brother come to be burned by the Aesir?
Well, he was trying to improve relations with them by sharing our magic. Vanir techniques for bountiful harvests, enough to feed their whole population.
Yeah, I know. I just seen the time.
Getting
I just
set
seen the
on
time.
fire was the thanks he got.
That's true. The Aesir were too undisciplined and impatient for the subtlety of Vanir spellcraft. And we'll just stop there for now.
I'm aware. I will stop here.
This will be of use. Lunda.
Right. Business time.
just do this and then we'll call them.
Thank you so much. Health has been itching to get her ball back all dang winter. It's her favorite toy.
What?
What? Is it the orb?
You were so cautious, buddy.
Quiet.
He's right, Mimir. Show respect. The squeaky toy could have been the death of us all.
And it nearly was.
Do not laugh.
It's hard not to, brother.
Try.
Okay. Okay.
Love it. Love it. Well, I can upgrade the Rond of Aggravation.
That'll mess some folks up. About time I had something to do. Somebody ought to save these, even if the Vanir won't.
Okay. Chest armor. Oh, my vitality drops though quite considerably. I'm gonna upgrade these ones though.
It fits.
Damn, am I good or what?
So damage increased is 40% now. And attacks against poisoned enemies. Just, that's heartbreaking. Like seeing that and this. Okay, my defense goes down 1. I lose 36 vitality. Go from 176 to 197. I think we'll leave it like that for now. We don't have to have the cuirass. I don't think so.
Hitting the road or chewing the fat? Let's make something then.
Oh, Vanaheim's Fortune.
And Lady Freya. And now for the goddess. We got more lip serving to do.
Hey, Eckert. Hello. Okay, that's going to be it for night. For tonight. 14.5 hours. I think that's good enough for me, I think. Yeah, shout out, Eckert. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Is there anyone on? Oh, Lycan's playing yeah, Lycan's playing Horizon Zero Dawn. So let's go read out on like let's go read out to Lycan. He was in chat earlier. Very cool dude, good friend of mine. There's his Twitch link if you get left out of the raid. I'm copying that. Doing good. Waiting on Din to be ready. Nice. What's the plan for dinner? You know. Glad you're doing good though. Good to hear. Good to hear. Let's get messages in. And I'll switch scene. Pasta. Ooh, what are you putting in the pasta? Tomato sauce, cheese, tuna mayo. I loved tuna mayo pasta. I could live off that. Oh, that shit's good. But yeah, I appreciate everyone coming in with the raids and everyone popping in tonight. Again, Mara, Fallon, I appreciate the raids greatly, greatly. It's lovely to have every one of your communities popping into my stream. Everybody on Twitch, it is greatly appreciated. Pasta la vista, baby. Exactly. But yeah, let's go raid out to Lycan. I'll start the raid now. And find out a small squirrel. Boosh. Here we go. Alrighty. Ooh, right. I will hopefully see you all next time. Tomorrow, well, if we stream tomorrow, it's going to be more, yeah, it'll be more God of War Ragnarok. If we stream tomorrow. I know Ben's not back until next week, so next weekend will be the Elden Ring streams, I believe. So we're going to go say hi to Lycan. Let's say he's doing a playthrough of Horizon Zero Dawn. I think he's doing a lot of like trials and whatnot, hunting ground trials at the moment. So he's really cool dude. Does a lot of Resident Evil VR games, Dead Space, that kind of stuff. So it's good to see him playing Horizon Zero Dawn, because that's a game I really, really enjoy playing. When I played it the first time and when I played it on stream. So yeah, appreciate all the follows, all the raids, chatting, chilling, lurking, all that good stuff. It's always appreciated here. And I will see you all next time.